I use she, her pronouns, and I'll be your keeper for the evening. Very quickly, I'd like to give thanks to Stolen Fires for hosting the stream and to the players who will be joining us tonight for their time. With that said, players, could you please introduce yourselves?
Hi everyone, I am Amy. I am going to be she, her. I'm going to be portraying Richard Dick Dashing, aka Shirt Shot, the American, today. I am going to be starting a run through of a Wraith 20th anniversary campaign on March 5th, which will also be streamed here on Stolen Fires. Exciting.
Oh, that's me. Haha. Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron. Pronouns she, they, they. I will be portraying Hornby, the factotum. Pronouns she, her.
Hello, I am Rachel. I am currently being bullied by a cat to provide entertainment. When I am not entertaining my cat, I am playing Neve, the Selkie here. We are both she, her.
Thank you very much. Now, before we get started, some content warnings for this stream include murder, body horror, dark sexual themes, erotic sensuality, foul language, blasphemy, witchcraft, defiling graves and corpses. In addition to those, our currently active and upcoming threats introduce cannibalism, Victorian era asylums, potentially unhealthy family dynamics, gore, drug use or abuse, and child labor. Now, let's have a recap of our last session, please.
Here we go. Now, everyone, this is going to be my first time doing this. Let me close my side windows unobstructed, and here we go. An opium den owner whispers of three exsanguinated bodies turning up in her neighborhood: a sex worker, a young mother, and a Chinese sailor. She's got the bodies in her basement and fears going to the authorities for help for causing trouble with the authorities. Instead, she's turned to Hargrave House for help. Neve decides to investigate Sir Richard's flat. His place is cluttered, full of papers, books, and relics from his expeditions. One wall has been completely taken over by pinned notes and a chaotic web of thread connecting them. Neve starts picking through Sir Richard's papers, keeping an eye out for the magic thread his body was found wrapped in. She dissociates for a while, looking at Richard's notes and maritime relics, and remembering what it was like back when she was young and innocent and played along the shoreline with her podmates. When the church bells bring her out of it, however, she finds strange spider webs on Richard's bed, almost as if they were sheets. As she gathers up these strands of spider silk, there's a knock at the door. A woman with wild red hair and unfocused eyes knocks furtively. When Neve decides to open the door, the woman asks, "Housekeeping?" To which Neve responds, "You or me?" This wasn't what the woman was expecting, but she introduced herself as Jenny. She asks if Neve has found anything interesting. Neve hands her an abalone shell. It's quite far from home. Jenny says Jenny was the seamstress's apprentice, but ran off because she couldn't really take it. She mentioned something about the singing. Neve reveals she works for Hargrave House, and they decide to work together. Jenny will need a little extra help, however, as she's blind. Neve gently guides her up the stairs and does her best to describe the room. As she describes the jacket, that gets Jenny's attention. Neve hands it over to her, letting her run her hands over it. Jenny shows Neve a strange pattern stitched into the inside of the lining in silver thread. Jenny says she had sewn the jacket herself, but the pattern wasn't there. Neve takes the jacket back with her to bring to Hargrave House. Meanwhile, Call takes a sip to Savile Row and the tailors and seamstresses there in search of Miss Beaumont. The vibe here seems to be subtly encouraging people to not only buy clothes, but to completely reinvent themselves. However, the shop is closed. He raps on the door to try and draw someone's attention. When that fails, he simply lets himself in. It's strange in this building. It feels like dusk has already fallen. He sees two humanoid figures wearing black lace gloves and many iridescent satin ribbons. They turn to him in unison and ask if he's here for a fitting. Well, perhaps they can perform one while they chat. Call, after all, doesn't mind taking his clothes off in front of two clearly supernatural women. They work quickly over him, and Call offers to trade magic for magic. They invite him to come back when night has fallen over the rest of them. And of course, Shershad is taking a trip to the opium den. This is a place where people from all walks of life visit. A woman in a dark taffeta gown approaches, greeting Shershad. He's a bit disheveled. For some reason, Hornby wasn't available to dress him. But the woman, Jenny, brings him to where she's been keeping the bodies. A man wearing some kind of sun mask follows. As Dick questions her, Jenny talks about finding dried blood in strange places, including the den's rafters. Jenny has no idea how blood would even get up there. As she speaks, Richard has an intense vision of drowning. When he comes out of it, he looks around, an intense feeling of being washed. He's then doused in warm red liquid and hears a splashing sound. From above him, he sees a body fall through a hole in the roof. It's been exsanguinated. Shershot is covered in its blood. Richard flees from the opium den, heading back to his room as quick as he can while the sun sets. Fortunately, Call's amulet seems to help, and he can keep his quickening in check. The hunters collaborate on what they've learned so far. Clearly, Walker is some kind of spider fae, and was using Richard and his work on the fae as a way of establishing ties between the fae realm and this world. After nightfall, Dick follows the scent of blood back to the opium. The individual in the sun mask is here, approaches him. Dick does a bit of grandstanding, involving crushing his own belt buckle in front of this individual, but the figure can detect there's something under the surface of Richard Shershot, something he keeps hidden. It speaks of a world like our own, but impossibly ancient. But even more importantly, is an allusion to a Bible with a torn and missing pages. Richard tries to remove the man's mask, but is warned away from trying. He stops, but asks if he can get such a mask. The answer is mysterious. Well, in that case, Richard takes his leave and sees what more he can find out about the vampire. He finds a scene of chaos, of milk and sweets violently scattered about. As he deals with this, Call brings Neve to the boutique. After all, Neve has a magical garment that perhaps some magical seamstresses can help fix. The figures greet the two of them, but there's something which has captured their attention. Paul warns Neve to give her name, upon which the figures retreat briefly into the darkness and come back with a beautiful three-piece suit for Paul. He is humbled and in awe of the skill demonstrated by the suit, but he is worried he would damage it. While he does this, Neve pokes around the shop just to see what's here. She finds a crude iron brooch. Oddly and markedly out of place, the two women lead Call and Neve into a downstairs private area. Dozens of flickering lamps hang here, and clothes are hung on the bodies of former suitors. A fashionable, beautiful woman is here, wearing extravagant gowns and casting strange shadows. Eve wants to leave, but the seamstress offers what seems like they desire. Neve is particularly disturbed and even offended at the killing and death going on here. Call goes to confront her. The woman, Weaver, says that he's special. She seems willing to bargain, and Neve insists that she stops killing people. A set of needles appears in her hands as her shadows begin weaving. A shimmering, silver looking glass opens up between the three of them. See creatures dancing in a forest. Paul takes a more dramatic approach and offers to trade himself. This seems acceptable for her, and she draws a single drop of blood from him. Cthulhu, I can't hear you.
I'm not talking. That's because I'm muted yelling at dogs.
And that was our recap, yes?
Mhm.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Let's check in on our hunters and the threats really quickly. Sure Shot currently has 3 conditions: bloody lungs, thoughts of pig gifts. Those pig gifts are, whew, those are going to be fun. And marked by Abigail Walker. Hornby has no conditions. How fancy. Call is not currently here. Should be joining us momentarily in like 10 minutes ish. And however, he has Most Beloved, which is so good. I love that condition so much. And Neve currently has marked by Constance Head, Sea Longing, and marked by Blind Jenny. As far as our currently active threats go, we have the Limehouse Lurker, and there are 4 clues found, 4 available. The first question here is the vampire young or old? And it is a complexity 4. So if you all wanted, you could do theorizing and stuff and get that at a +0. However, first, I do believe we have some other catching up to do. Hornby, you have a mask that we are owed, the Mask of Glamour. Could you please read that out for us?
Sure thing. Let me just scroll up to my DMs real quick. Here we go. Each hunter narrates a flashback to a time we peered through the veil and glimpsed another world beyond this one. So I think we see Hornby as a young woman, very clearly not in London. The geography is very Ireland. And Hornby is doing something you should never do when you go into the woods in Ireland. She's wearing red. And as she crosses the threshold into the wood, that's when things change. There's a shimmer, almost like the predator shimmer in the air. And the path splits in ways she's not familiar. And lights appear on the sides of her, beckoning her to wander deeper into the forest. However, Hornby has learned her lessons well from her family and immediately backpedals and retreats from the forest before she can be lured in deeper.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You also have, we off camera just went ahead and picked a couple of rewards for the threats that got resolved that Hornby wasn't here for. So if you could please, what rewards did you get?
All right. So I do have speaking of stuff in my corner of or not corner, my personal quarters. Last session I was here, I used my move to interrupt Richard and Call. Can I add the morphine to my personal quarters as it was an item I brought with when I interrupted?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right. So with that, morphine. That'll be very useful. All right. So from the Weaver, I took the music box, inscribed Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. However, the tune it plays is unrecognizable, causing strange dreams and delirious visions. For the St. James Street Ghost, I have chosen to take a memento, and I feel like it's only fitting if I make my employer define what my memento is from the St. James Street Ghost.
That was our. I'm getting some confused. Wait, wasn't that our first mystery? No, that's
Yes.
House and
Yes.
That was
so
the first one. It was the first one.
Also, on Escondido Street is public access.
Sure is.
Mm, okay. Okay.
The crossover event has begun.
Okay. All right. All right. So, a memento from that occasion. Let's see here. Oh, what about the teacups that you used to repeatedly drug the homeowner?
That works.
This is such a good memento, actually. Holy shit.
Mrs. Beale's teacup. I'll just put it that way.
More like drug cup. All right. There were also some level ups that everyone pretty much got a full suite from everything that, yeah, from the last session, or rather the one before that, and then we did Dawn in the next one, and it was a whole thing. Anyways, everyone got level ups. So let's talk about what those were.
So for Richard, it was a struggle to figure out what I want to do. I did not want to take an additional move because I haven't even used my disguise kit. I need some new outfits for Richard before I can do that. So I decided I would take a stat buff due to his increasing association with the Fae. Richard now has sensitivity 2.
I just upped my presence by 1 because Neve is slowly learning social skills.
Good job, Neve, and we're proud of you. So I have 2 advances because I missed and apparently got another full track. So I also increased my presence by 1 because Hornby had been in a lot of done a lot of bullshitting lately, so felt appropriate. My other advance, though, I am taking a new move. This move is called Day Work. You spend most days caring for Hargrave House, tidying up, managing accounts, answering callers. Each dusk phase, choose 1. You will learn something interesting about an active threat. Ask the keeper any question you like. They will answer truthfully and completely, or in the form of a clue, their choice. Option 2. You find something of use in the house. Say what it is and give it to another hunter. They add it to personal quarters.
I'm excited to see this one in action.
Excellent.
Factotum gets all the good
So-
moves.
Before we get into the day phase proper, did we want to try and answer the threshold question for the Limehouse Lurker? Is the vampire young or old?
I'm for it because even if we fuck it up, it's just the other option.
Yeah.
Fresh. So,
Sure. Let's do it.
all right.
All right. We
I'll
have
take
4 clues. Dried blood stains in the rafters of the opium den. The Bible with pages of Noah's flood ripped it out. Ripped out. Violently discarded milk and sweets scattered about the Limehouse School, and the vampire smells of the rough and tumble London in a way that an elder vampire wouldn't. What? Hold on. That doesn't sound. Let me take a look at the clues. This was the one that you had dictated yourself, correct, Amy?
yeah.
All right. So that does not quite work because it answers the question.
Got it. I'll remove the in a way that an old vampire would
Excellent.
not. Okay.
All right. So there we go.
All right. I'll take the initiative on answering this one. I've got something for at least 3 of them.
Go for it.
So, violently discarded milk and sweets scattered around the Limehouse school. It's a school horror. It's a schoolhouse that's kid stuff that seems to imply a child. And the violence is vampiric, so you've got that. Dried bloodstains in the rafter, that strikes me as something a younger vampire would make mistakes of leaving those signs behind. And the smell of the rough and tumble of London. You'd think a more experienced vampire would have a sophistication about them. And I just don't think the young vampire would have that. I'm not sure what to do with the Bible with pages of Noah's flood ripped out, except to say that comes from Genesis, and Genesis being the first book, maybe it's a clue that this is a vampire who has a new start to their existence.
I mean, I think you hit it on the head with its genesis. So
I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. You both agree?
sounds good to me.
All right. In that case, Amy, why don't you roll answer a question?
I'm to roll the dice.
It's gonna be flat.
All right. Here we go. That's a 4. I'm wrong.
Oh dear.
So
So wrong.
the vampire is in fact not young, but is indeed old. Excuse me.
Saw what I wanted to see.
And I'm going to just go ahead and those out here. Move these up. Oh,
We do have the option to bump it up to a success if we want.
yeah, if you
I-
want to, you can.
I don't think it's that important.
I don't either, but I was just putting it out there because it does mean Steph gets to make a move against us.
Yeah. And I do love doing that. All right. So, with that, we're going to be moving into our day phase. Let's see. The threat that I had planned to introduce isn't quite going to work. So instead, I'm going to update the content warnings for the stream really quickly. Instead of cannibalism and all of the, let's see, we'll pull those back up. Instead of cannibalism, Victorian era asylums, and unhealthy family dynamics and gore, this is going to be a lot more body horror and bugs. And
Okay.
bugs.
Bugs. Okay.
It's so bugs, and I love this one. The Beetle. Succeeda Desai, a Lascar sailor, has come to Hargrave House with confidential information that is yet to crawl into the tabloids. His tenement mate and clandestine lover, Harsh Dove Uman, the Beetle of Cornhill, has taken ill in a most peculiar way. Upon returning from the Black Sea to their apartment at 47 Threadneedle Street, Desai found a cocoon affixed to the length of their bed frame, undulating. Seeing an outline of a body within, he tore at the cocoon's unctuous membrane to reveal what appeared to be a human-sized beetle, twitching and rank with amniotic fluid. Rather than seeking the authorities for assistance, or heaven forbid Uman's employer, Alderman Arthur Upward, he came to you, trusting your reputation for discretion. Upon crossing the basement flat's threshold, you quickly spot the creature, its antennae exploring hairline cracks in the plaster ceiling above. Hornby, as you observe the creature's exoskeletal form and its tactile exploration of the one-room flat, how do you know it was once human?
I'm very sorry for this, everyone. just because I hate this mental image so much. So it's insectide. So its eyes are not insect eyes. They are still very much human eyes with human pupils.
I
Not
hate
only
you.
that, but beneath its pincers is still the lips of a human.
I hate you. I hate you so much today.
It's
It-
even better because I know that you not only had to think of that, but now you have to relive it as you write it down in the notes.
God damn it.
This is so great. This threat has one question. What circumstances caused Dooman to transform into an insect? It's a complexity of 8. Unlocks the opportunity of resolving the threat by reversing the process and getting the guy back, or by keeping him as a little bug. Big bug, even.
He's so cute.
Yeah,
Just a little bug friend forever.
just a bug. We also have the Mask of Brooding. That one's really fun, and I love it. That's all I'll say for now.
Let's see here.
It's so one of my favorite things.
Can I read it aloud?
Oh, if you want to, go for it.
The Mask of Brooding. Narrate a scene in which you engage in a strange yet exhilarating intimacy with an insectoid creature. Okay. Take the permanent condition brooding. This would be only one character gets this condition, right?
Just
Not the
keep
entire
reading.
group. Okay.
Just keep reading.
And unlock the custom move Metamorphosis. The Mask of Brooding can be used even after the threat has been resolved, but only once and only by a single hunter. Oh, that sounds so cool.
I love it. It's so fun. Anyhow, what would we all like to get done during this day phase? I would suggest framing some vulnerable scenes up, and I will remind everyone that Hornby can only request vulnerable scenes from Sure Shot. So, Neve, if you want to have a vulnerable scene with Hornby, you have to ask.
Well, so what is it presumed that Neve and Call left the tailor shop already?
Yeah, this is a new day, probably like weeks after the fact.
Okay.
I was thinking about us having a vulnerable scene at the salon in the Hargrave house.
Sure. With who?
With Neve for sure, because we both need to clear conditions.
All right. Do you guys have any ideas for what that would look like immediately? Which one of your vices are you going to be indulging in? Because yours is salons, but it's more specifically like gossip salons, which is not the salon of Hargrave House.
Yes, I would love to have everyone there for and just be gossiping about the stuff that we've gone through already. Limitation is we don't have Ben with us yet, so I can't really do that part.
I am going to say no triad or 4 vulnerable scenes because it's just a little bit much for me to manage. So just one-on-one.
Oh, does that also mean no having scenes where all 4 of us are present?
No, that's different. Having all of you in the scene at once is a different thing. I mean, for the vulnerable move.
Oh yeah, I just meant for the 2 of us because the other 2 don't have conditions they need to worry about clearing. So I figured
correct.
they'd be there for.
But I mean, they don't need to be in the scene because it's a vulnerable scene between you and me, of a one-on-one vulnerable scene.
Oh.
I mean,
okay, so
there can be other people in it that are NPCs, but just not other player characters.
I take it that it complicates the vulnerable scene when there's other player characters present in it.
Not terribly, but it isn't. It's written explicitly for only 2 people to engage in it. So it is just a little bit of awkward finagling every time with more than 2.
Got it. Okay, cool. Then I'm happy to have the scene somewhere else. Maybe something that uh Rachel might suggest in this case, since I took the lead on the last one.
So, Neve's vice is public baths. Um, so that could be alternate to the salon in Hargrave House.
Sure. Where would the public baths be? I'm not.
Public bathhouse. That's up for
Oh,
y'all to decide. Hornby, what would you like to do during the stay phase?
I think I will go investigate the apartment where the bugging happened. The
The
beetling.
buggening. Excellent. All right. Let's go ahead and start with, I think we can start with the scene with you in the arriving at the apartment here and give Neve and Sure Shot some time to think about what their scene might look like. Sound good with you?
Sounds good.
Excellent. Give me this. All right. Where the moments always change position on these, and it's so I can never figure out where they are. The moment that you arrive at 47 Threadneedle Street, it's a very small apartment. And entering it, it's very clear that these two people are living in it, but sparsely. They can't really afford to have that much stuff taking up the valuable space in what is effectively a studio apartment. Inside is Tuxedo currently. He has a thick mustache and worldly eyes. And he's currently just sitting on the foot of the bed alongside Uman, the bug. What do you do?
Hornby is like, excuse me. I just want to have a peek around, see if there's anything your friend might have consumed or encountered, if you don't mind.
Oh, you with Hargrave House?
Yes, I'm Hornby. I serve Master Dashing.
Right. You were here earlier. That's right. Sorry, it's
Correct.
been really tough to keep track of things lately. What with he just glances toward Uman and lays a hand very apprehensively on the chitinous back of the enormous beetle. With him being, well, as he is, in a way, he's kind of always been like this, though. Tough exterior, mushy on the inside. He looks into the bug's still human eyes longingly.
Why did I say that? Why have I done this? Yes, well, I'll get about my work then and let you two. Yes, I'll be about my work.
I think I'm gonna have you make the day move here.
Okay. Fair enough.
What are you afraid will happen if you lose your nerve?
Um,
This is going to be with composure, I think.
Composure. I think the bug is gonna pick up on the vibes Hornby has towards it and be offended. And I don't know how a sort of human bug will react, but I presume it's badly.
Excellent. Well, go ahead and give us that roll.
All right. I believe my composure is +2. Scroll, 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 scroll. Yes. Okay. That is a 9 total.
Excellent. Sure Shot and Neve. The scene is yours.
Yeah, so, I figure since this is her vice, Neve has been leaving early every morning, to go to her favorite public bathhouse. To the point where she's sort of been neglecting her duties, such as they may be at Hargrave House. And then perhaps Sure Shot is the one who first takes notice of this. That's my idea.
So I noticed that you're always leaving early on. Is that right?
She's always going to the same place.
Going to the same place. Okay, and my character might be curious about that and follow her there to be like, think, okay, what's going on? General curiosity, is that the idea?
Yeah, unless there's a direction you'd rather take it.
Oh no, I was just trying to predict what you were going for. Okay. Okay, great. All right. So yeah, Richard's noticed this and he's feeling bored this morning. He doesn't want to go deal with a bug right now. Is just really not in the mood. Uh, he saw those eyes. He knows about those eyes. He knows about those lips, and he's like, I can't do this.
Those lips are so smoochable, though. Don't you just want to pucker up and?
Got big old kissable lips, that bug. So instead, he's these reactions. These reactions. So instead, he's heading to the public bath. Like, I'm not going to take a bath, obviously, but I'll make an appearance, check in on Neve, make sure that she's okay, because honestly, she's a cinnamon roll. I'm a little bit concerned about her. I want to make sure that nobody's taking advantage. So Richard arrives, and out of character, I have no idea what a public bathhouse in Victorian era London is. If that's my own devices, I'm picturing a Roman bath. Rachel, these are kind of your thing, so I figured I should ask you first what, if anything, you have in mind for what these public baths look like.
You're muted.
Psst. No, I'm not. You're muted. Um so I'm picturing more like a Roman Turkish bath, hanam, or like an indoor spa, um where like it's not necessarily one of like the seedy places where you go to anonymously hook up with people, but it's like more like we must wash the unwashed masses and provide places for them to do this. Um,
Okay.
so it
I'm posting it.
literally is where, like, yeah, I live in a tenement that only has a chamber pot. Okay, come here to bathe.
Posted a picture in our chat, kind of like that, vaguely.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, sweet. All right, so Richard, Dick Dashing walks into the public baths in the common area where people are stripping and getting themselves ready for the bath, chatting with each other, kind of sitting around socializing a little bit, but really most of them are here to get clean. He is markedly uncomfortable here. He come here with this grand plan of I'm going to, you know, find Neve and make sure she's okay and be all heroic. It's like, oh God, this actually smells worse than most other places I've been to, and I am not actually used to just being casually around this many people who are impoverished. This is not my usual place. I look kind of ridiculous in my attire, which once again, I find myself steadily running out of clothes and having to do all that just myself. It's really frustrating. Just wants to get this over as quickly as possible, looking around to the masses, trying to find Neve, hoping that she hasn't already gone out into the baths, because that's going to be awkward, him going out there in full regalia.
All right. Well, so this is Victorian London. So this is where they still have those like really elaborate bathing suits. Um like full-on bloomers that you wear into the water.
Right.
And so Neve would be wearing one of those. She would be in one of the pools of water. Um Floating on her back with her coat on top of her. So like a little bit in the water but mostly not. And she's just sort of lazily like swimming back and forth.
All right. Richard looks about for her for a bit and then peeks out into the public bath area. It's like, God damn, I look ridiculous. Okay.
A hold please, we're getting a Ben. Yay, everybody stayed in their proper boxes.
I love being in my box.
The joke makes
Hi.
itself. I don't need to.
Hi,
Hello,
sorry
Ben.
everybody.
Hello. No worries.
Are you without a camera today?
So yeah, I'm at the hotel and I am lounging in bed with no shirt on. So no, I'm not going on camera. I think it would be
Okay.
very on point. I think it would be very in character for call, but I'm not going to do that. So
Nothing but an eye patch.
Well, fair enough. We've got that picture of you with the very elaborate leather mask on.
oh, that works. Yeah.
Hope everything has been going well.
also put the call up.
Yeah.
The call art on it.
Oh, that's true.
I do not
yeah,
have
it's
that
been going
easy
well.
to hand. Otherwise, I
You
would.
do, because it's on the Hunters tab if you scroll down to the bottom there. Image URL on the vessels section.
Yeah.
That's okay. You can just use the leather mask one. That's all right.
Yeah, but that's also fine.
What was I doing? I was Oh yeah. Oh, are we live, by the way?
We are.
Yes.
Say hello to the audience.
Oh, hi audience. Hello. My bad. I thought we were on a break.
No. Not yet.
I'm a professional.
It's fine. We've been cracking beetle jokes the whole time because it's uh. By the way, it's a big beetle this time. There's a beetle now.
Yeah, we have Kafka the threat.
Oh,
And
that's what the
I
Kafka
did a
thing
very
is.
cursed
Okay.
thing that I am full of regret about.
I have been calling it Ogtha after a very cursed Reddit thread that I have posted in the Discord.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I copied it and put it in the box seat so everyone can enjoy.
Really fucking cursed.
Lovely.
But yes, the beetle has human eyes and human lips.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, roughly human sized. Roughly. And also the vampire is old. But that's for the other threat. Anyhow.
But
Oh,
yes,
gone.
at current
Oh, we lost Ben.
Oh no.
Well, that's all right. He'll be back, I'm sure. Or he won't. Either way, it's perfectly fine.
Shall I jump back into it?
Yeah.
All right. So, Rachel, I think it's a given that Neve sees Richard, even though Richard is trying not to be seen. When he realizes she's not in the annex,
Mhm.
he peeks out into the public bathing area and sees her. Thing is, he's the only one out in this public bathing spot who is dressed wearing a cravat, a thick, heavy coat, hair tied back, the thick-soled boots. He kind of stands out and thinks he's being innocuous, but he just isn't.
Uh yeah, so Neve just sort of paddles up to him. Are you gonna come into the water? It's pretty nice.
Oh, Neve, hello. Yes, right. Well, I had not intended to. I had simply come to make sure that you are okay. Your morning perambulations and your frequent and mysterious disappearances. It's good to see that you're here and that you are safe and sound. I've myself never used one of these baths. I would be, you know, right.
Uh so Neve just sighs, looks around at like all the other people around. Uh, Fine. Um, and then uses the stair steps to get out of the water.
Oh no, you don't have to get out. I'm sorry. I mean, you seem very very comfortable in there. Yes.
I wouldn't call it comfortable, but it's better than being upright.
Do you have trouble standing? Your posture always seems immaculate.
It's just awkward.
I admit I'm slightly confused. Do you have some condition that I don't know about? I mean, you don't have to tell me, of course. I don't. Um,
I don't like being in this form for too long. It feels comfortable and then it feels awkward and then it starts feeling too awkward. And with my coat damaged,
yeah.
I'm stuck and I don't like it.
The other day, you were being metaphorical when we were talking about sharks, right?
Sharks aren't good with metaphors.
Um, Neve, I grow concerned that we might have a misunderstanding about the nature of your situation. I'd assumed that you were on the run from some foul entity who had taken the clothes off your back um and pursued you, but that's clearly not the case.
No, that's basically it.
What this coat? You have the coat.
Yes, but until I can fix it, I'm sort of stuck like this.
What is this? I mean, this looks very
Human?
good. I was going to say good. Which I'm not sure is the word I should use, but human, yes. Just like how I usually look. Dude, I haven't told you about the thing where sometimes I look a little less human.
No, do you also have a damaged coat?
Dick looks at his clothing for a second. No, it's more like if I don't wear these clothes, then things get awkward very quickly for me. We appear to have opposite situations.
Naked humans are always so awkward and I don't understand it.
Oh, it's very understandable with my situation, I like to think.
Oh, well, so I'm human but also a seal. And if I spend too much time in as a seal, I don't like
Huh.
it. And if I spend too much time as a human, I don't like that either. But I need my coat to change, and it's damaged, so I can't, or not as easily.
You mean this, I think I'm getting this. You mean this literally. You actually turn into a seal,
Yes.
arf arf and
It's more like ort, but yes. And like when she
Ort.
says ort, like there's something in her vocal cords where like she's able to replicate that seal bark in a way a person should not be able to.
That's amazing. Can you do that thing where your neck squishes in? Oh my god. I must help you with this quest. I will help you, Neve, repair this coat that you may return to your full seal-like glory, for lack of a better term for it.
Called Selkie, but yes.
Selkie.
Yes.
Selkie. Follow-up question.
Yes.
Are you a fairy?
I think that's where we'll cut the nostalgia scene.
Can I get one more line?
Fine.
I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, that's good. All right. So let's check up in on nostalgia scene, vulnerable move. It's not nostalgia. I played public access this morning. It's so rough in my brain right now. All right. Neve, you may stumble onto a clue or invite Sure Shot to ask you about your past, but you both may clear a condition. I think really any of your conditions make sense for you all to clear, so just take your pick, really.
Yeah, I feel like this whole conversation is an invitation for Sure Shot to ask about Neve's past.
Definitely.
And I will clear marked by Constance's head. She's found someone else to get obsessive about tea over.
I'm gonna clear the thoughts of pig gifts. I feel like that's well run its course. I do not know when else I'm gonna be able to get rid of it. So yes, I'm gonna ask you a question about your past. Okay. All right, let's see here. And I can technically ask about things which have not yet been revealed. You just might not give me a complete answer because that'd be left the mask itself.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Um, I think Richard would want to know what it's like coming the other direction from being one of the Sulkies. So I think he'd like to ask her about when did she realize that she wanted to be as human as she was a seal? Does that sound like a good question?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
Um, well, so I grew up in a pod of Selkies, and everybody's able to do it. Um, or at least once we get to a certain age, we get our coats and everything. I mean, I thought that I would like being human a lot more than I do. I mean, we're always warned about charismatic fishermen, because I'm also really good at catching fish. Um, and so I followed him on land, and I thought that I wanted to be a person, but then he stole my coat, made me stay a person, and I didn't like that very much. And I got my coat back, but it got torn getting free, and some of the magic leaked out.
That's awful. I am sorry you've been so abused by humanity like that.
Oh, it's fine. One day I'm going to hold his head under the water until the bubbles stop.
Richard smiles and says, I would love to help you make that happen.
I have to fix the coat first, but then yes, thank you.
Excellent. Love this. All right. Let's cut back to Hornby. You got a 9 on your day move. And here's what happens. I think as you say this, you see some sort of recognition within the human eyes of the beetle. And you don't necessarily see any offense or malice, but more curiosity as it begins to approach you, scuttling on its many legs. And you feel the soft, dainty tickle of antennae exploring orifices. How does that make you feel?
Ugh, God, I hate that so much. I believe the term is squigged out.
Yeah, you can have the condition squigged out or heebie-jeebies if you want.
Heebie-jeebies is good. I'll take that.
And with that, let's go ahead and take our first 10-minute break. We'll be back at the 17th of the hour. Welcome back. All right. So let's jump right back in. Hall, what would you like to get done during this day phase?
Well, I've been informed that there is a beetle out there that could be smoochable. So I think Call is going to go see about smooching a beetle.
I absolutely love this. All right. Hornby, immediately after this.
Thanks, Betty.
Oh, I love malevolence. It's so good. Thank you. All right. So, Hornby, very shortly after the beetle approaches you and sticks its antennas in places, you see, or rather hear, footsteps approaching, and you, being the servant of Hargrave House, having to listen to these footsteps all the time, would be able to tell that it's Call, I would imagine. Call. What you see as you approach 47 Threadneedle Street, this is a small, effectively studio apartment sized room, really, with that is housed by two lovers. One is now a beetle, and also a beetle. And you see Hornby inside this small, cramped space,
And the
being
beetle inside Hornby.
sort of, yeah.
It's a whole Ouroboros nesting doll of beetle.
100%.
Okay.
There
All
is
right, cool.
also a Lascar sailor, Tuxedo Desai. He's got a thick mustache and worldly eyes. He's the person who brought the whole situation to Hargrave House to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Does Hornby seem to be in distress?
Oh,
Hornby
yeah.
does not like this. No.
Okay. In that case, I think Call is going to step in to try and sort of run interference for the Beatles' amorous advances, so Hornby can extricate herself from the situation.
Excellent. I think because it's not necessarily.
Call coming in with the cockroach block.
All right, that's a fucking evil star for that one. Immediately. Love that. Excellent. All right. Yeah, I think since this isn't necessarily in my mind, this is not upsetting for Call. This is just
This is Tuesday.
yeah. So I don't think that a day move makes sense here. So I think I'm going to have you make the information move with presence here.
Okay. It's two. Nice. Okay. So sorry, I'm navigating on my phone.
No
Which is
worries.
mildly inconvenient here.
If you need us to like tell you stats or anything like that, feel free to ask.
No, I got it. I'm making it work. Roll it. Come on. Or not. Trying again. Sorry, the dice roller is not cooperating.
Don't worry.
There we go. A 10.
Excellent. Hornby, you have an opportunity to abscond from the bug.
Yeah, Hornby extricates herself with equanimity and grace, despite everything.
And from what I understand, you were going to check out basically like the kitchen or effectively see what it's been getting into.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
If
we
it like
all
has
saw what it
eaten or,
was
eaten
getting
or drinking
into.
anything in particular.
Excellent. The kitchen space is more of a countertop than anything, but it is functional, though narrow. There are crumbs covering a deep, rutted cutting board, but a depression makes it clear that something has been nibbling at them. There's a nearby basement window allowing anyone working at the counter a view of Silver Street and all the fashionable footwear of passersby in this well to do district. Large rosettes of ribbon, the growing trend of inch high heels, the trellis bars over the instep, all seem to nearly step on the viewer as they rush past. Let's paint the scene. From the basement window, you have a view looking upward at the Bank of England, sometimes called the Old Lady of Threadneedle Street. What on the counter informs us that the inhabitants here held aspirations for wealth? I'll put that in chat because it's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It'll be in our Discord here.
All right.
Oh, I know. Okay, aspirations of wealth. There are pamphlets for buying up land in foreign places.
Um, I think there's. Well, hold on. Maybe I'm throwing out an anachronism here. Was the stock exchange a thing back then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I thought so.
Yes, and that's kind of what my character is. That's kind of what I'm saying. These people were trying to do.
Oh, I thought you were saying plots of land for some reason.
That was kind of part of the way they did stocks. It was a related thing.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say that they have the equivalent like several of these like going back a number of months, the equivalent of like the Better Homes and Gardens Sears catalog type thing of the day of like, hey, these are all the fancy the fancy trends and accoutrement and whatnot of the wealthy, or at least the somewhat wealthy. um just kind of using it as inspiration, like an old Pinterest board.
I'm going to riff on Ben a little bit. So Sotheby's is this really posh British auction house where
Mm,
like
hmm.
they auction off properties and houses. And
And art, and
so
yeah.
I don't know if they published catalogs in this time and place, but I'm gonna say they did. That there's a big stack of annotated Sotheby's catalogs. And annotated because it's like, oh yes, look at this. This is lovely and I want to own it one day.
I think I'm going to kind of riff off this a little bit too. Um, I think there's secret love. I have a different idea. Scratch that. They're secret lovers, correct? The bug and I forget his name.
Tuxedo, yeah.
Tuxedo. There's like a flyer from a jewelry shop for engagement rings there.
Oh, oh, I love that.
That one's sweet.
Hey, which bug leg does that go on?
Oh God. It's no
It goes
longer sweet.
it
It's
goes
ruined.
on the left antenna.
That makes so much sense, actually. And I hate that it does.
You may kiss the bug.
Oh, great. All right. That is what you see here. Uh, you described yourself already looking around effectively. Well, not necessarily described, but you said that's what you were doing.
Yes.
So let's have the information move with reason, please.
Okay. I think my reason is +1. It is cool. Do I have anything I want to mark?
Oh, and it's definitely going to be at disadvantage for your heebie-jeebies as the bug is
God.
still like crawling around,
All right.
and you can hear it.
Let's go look at my personal quarters here real quick. As I scroll, okay. Okay, I'm gonna mark. I think so. As she's like trying to calm her nerves, she's gonna rub the pin that has the Dashing family crest on it to like soothe her creeped out vibes from the skittering noises. So I'll just roll normally. Oh, thank God I have a +1. That's a 7.
Excellent. Neve, what are you getting up to after your bath time?
Honestly, I'm going to tag along with Richard.
Then in that case, what are you doing, Dick?
Look back at the threats tab. I kind of want to deal with this vampire thing. If it is old, where is the vampire's nest? You know, we know that it was at the Lime Schoolhouse. I would love to go to the Lime Schoolhouse and look around. We'll find some
Sounds
answers.
good. All right. As you both approach the Limehouse School, you see that there are filthy children all over the place. It's a frustrated mistress storming away from a group of girls who are not learning how to sew, and the general smell of unwashed bodies fills the air. Let's paint the scene, everyone. Workhouses like this are where poor children are sent to be managed until they're old enough to be turned out. What signs of deprivation do we see?
I mean, all the kids are really small and skinny.
There's food secreted away in corners and cubbyholes.
Sorry, did you put this one in the chat so I could?
For
I
sure, my
apologize.
bad.
Thank you. Sorry. It's a little bit more difficult to navigate stuff on my phone, so it's.
Don't worry about it. I just totally spaced. There we go.
Thank you.
I think several of the windows are busted out and have not been repaired.
I think. I think another sign of it is that there are so few like supervisors, or I guess like adults in the workhouses, and the ones that are there are just they're obviously just exhausted. There aren't enough of them. They're run ragged. They couldn't see to the safety of all the kids if they wanted to.
And among these adults is a fidgety individual with a brown three-piece suit. And you see him looking around, just kind of chasing after children and generally chiding other workers and things of the sort. What do you do?
Ah, after a moment's spare of seeing the conditions here, Richard first looks at Neve and says, I've never been in a place like this. It's not the kind of place that my father would take me to. Is this your first time as well?
Oh, it looks like it's supposed to be a pod, but something broke. The children here aren't being nurtured.
Yes, the system is broken. Well, that
At
seems
that
like
point,
something
the
to fix.
individual notices the two of you standing in the entryway and approaches. He says, hello? Can I assist you two?
Oh, yes, actually. Dick Dashing here, American adventurer and man about town. I let's say the other day, there was a child that had I was having a relaxing time at a salon, and some young ragamuffin came through and ruined one of my coats, and it was, you know, I felt bad for the poor boy because he seemed like he was in a despairing state. I wanted to have a word with him about his safety, let him know to not worry about any such thing. But I learned that he must have come from here. Perhaps you would know the one that I'm talking.
I think you see that he gets a little bit nervous as you start talking about his charges running around the rest of London causing havoc. Almost
Oh,
like
please,
the
by all means, don't worry too much about it. Mom's the word after I'm out of here. I mean, if you want to have a long, extended conversation, I'm perfectly happy to. Richard
let's
is
have
talking
the
as loud as he can.
information move with presence, please.
Hell yes, you can have the information with presence. In fact, maybe I'm gonna add a little super here. I'm going to draw upon the silver ribbon in my hair, an obvious sign of my wealth and eccentricity. It would be a problem if he didn't give me what I want.
All right. Let's
Oh,
have that
go
with
ahead, did
advantage
that.
then.
Heck yeah. That is going to be 10 plus my presence, which is 1. That is an 11.
Excellent. Neve, what are you doing as Dick talks to this individual?
I'm glaring at Dick. He's stolen my story about a broken and damaged coat. I'm like, and then after I just give him that look, going to shift my focus, to the children, and see if she can connect with the children.
Excellent. They're all uniformly filthy, regardless of which one you end up choosing to talk to, but there are a number running around. There are the girls who I mentioned were not learning to sew. There are also a few uh, other kids running about. Some are playing with toads that they found, things along those lines. And the sun today is extraordinarily hot and throbbing with heat.
Um, I think I'm going to go to the girls who are not learning how to sew. And just sort of like look over their shoulder at their work and I say, "Oh, that seems complicated."
One of them looks over. Well, they all look over, but one of them speaks up. She's smaller than the rest, has a short head of blonde hair, and she says, "Yeah, fucking sucks. We hate doing this shit."
I know. I have a garment here, she says, indicating her coat, and I keep trying to figure out how to fix it.
Oh, yeah.
What would you do?
Coats are tough. Can I take a peek?
So Neve is always gonna make sure to keep one hand on the coat, but will let her otherwise let the little girl otherwise examine it.
Let's have the information move with presence, please. And I think that I'm going to have this at disadvantage as being around these kids reminds you of being in your pod. You're feeling that sea longing again.
Ah, all right. Not bad. That is with disadvantage, that would be a 7. And then with presence, that bumps it up to an 8.
Excellent. Call. You're
Yes.
chatting up this bug effectively. Uh, I'm living for Aaron's reactions to every time I say anything to do with this bug. And I think as you're observing it and making sure that it's not harassing Hornby too much longer, you see that it recognizes something about you. Its eyes sparkle in a way that makes you think it's seeing you, not just acknowledging you. And I think it walks over to the wardrobe and sort of scuttles around it before nudging something beneath it. Uh, if you go and take a look, you see that it's a pile of documents indicating an induction into a cult referred to as the Society of the Moth that worships Saint Francis of Assisi, patron of animals and the natural environment. I'll put that in the keeper for you all so that you don't have to worry about remembering everything that I just said. But that is that. What do you do?
All right. Did Hornby leave?
Hornby is at the countertop.
Okay, so it's still in like the room slash apartment.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, I will pass the documents over to Hornby because Call is a little bit focused on the bug. So
I think that you see the small fireplace in the room. It's not necessarily quite near where you are, but it's across the way. It starts sputtering a little bit. Tuxedo stands and grabs a fire poker and starts messing with it a little bit. But as soon as he pulls the poker back out from the fire, you see the beetle cower and makes a sad gurgling sound as it looks at the red fire poker. And you also notice the wardrobe itself. It's haphazard but full, and there's a distinct contrast of fashions lining it. Let's paint the scene. Two lovers shared this place. Do you think their love was doomed to fail, or were there the foundations for a long term commitment? Looking within, how can we tell? I'll put this in the chat.
So I'm going to take my previous paint the scene about the Sotheby's catalog. One of the things that they sell is real estate. And so I think up on their mood board, they have torn pages out of the catalog that are specific floor plans. And they've sort of annotated these as well and put them up on the wall where it's dreams of the house that they will share together one day.
I think that there's also they're basically like sort of bill of sale documents in the wardrobe, kind of tucked away in the corner in a drawer or something like that, indicating that one of them sold off a fair amount of like not like lots of property. It's not like they had a ton of money, but they sold off basically the extent of their worldly possessions so that they could basically start a life with this person, with their lover.
Think I had any-
All right. So, I think I realized thrifting probably wasn't a thing yet, but they have like kind of started to piecemeal together formal wear. But it's very obvious it's like disparate pieces they've been putting together, so they can both put on formal wear to presumably wed.
From me, I don't have anything else to want to add.
All right. Hornby. As you are looking about the countertop, I think you notice around where the cutting board and the crumbs are that have been clearly attempted to have been getting at. You see a jade scarab beetle hairpin. It's been laced dried blood.
Okay.
And it's at this point that there is a loud knocking on the door. Just what is going on in this apartment? Complaints of a strange odor? This riffraff coming in and out? This is a proper neighborhood, you know. To think a beetle lives here. Open the door. And Tuxedo stands and looks a little panicked and says, that's the landlord. She can't see him like this. What do you do? What do either of you do?
I think Call is going to he's going to go to the door, make sure that the beetle is kind of out of sight, and then we'll open it just enough that they can kind of see through to the landlord.
You see an
Was just
old-fashioned straw
Oh.
bonnet with fresh lilies sewn in, and the heavy footsteps that you heard earlier coming down the stairs from the clearly yellow and ruffled Congress boots. She says, "Ah, I see there's some of the riffraff in now. Hello. Are you Riff or Raff?"
I can be either or both, depending on your pleasure.
Hmm.
The flowers in your bonnet are a lovely touch.
No, thank you. The daylilies.
You're welcome. They're beautiful. Not nearly as beautiful as you are, but they make the effort nonetheless.
This is definitely the day move with presents. What are you afraid will happen if you fail?
That the landlady will see the beetle.
Yeah.
Let's see. I need to find.
I think that this is going to be at disadvantage because the beetle is really, really all about just being all up in your business right now. It's going in and out, like weaving between your legs. You're at disadvantage because of your most beloved.
Hmm. Trying to remember why I have a small songbird in my current house. That's okay. I'll get back to that later. I'm gonna go ahead and use my flawless suit to give myself advantage, which will cancel out the disadvantage. So I'll make it normal. Where is the go? And 7 total.
Excellent. I think we'll go ahead and resolve this now. I think your charm does work, perhaps a little bit too well, as she starts running her hand through her hair and kind of twisting about a little bit in place. And she says, "Oh, well, thank you. That suit is quite ravishing, I must say. And you're going to be marked by Hagatha Leaky."
Yeah, she's leaky. Sorry. Um, sorry.
Another evil star. Excellent.
Marked by Agatha. Nope. How you spell leaky?
Key. Leakey.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
um,
And
call.
we're going to
Call
cut
is
back
gonna.
over to Dick now.
Oh, let me get one last thing in. Let me get one last line in.
All right.
Call is gonna lean a little bit further into the space between the door to kind of like fill the space and prevent it from seeing in easily. And he's gonna say, "Would you like to get a closer look at my suit? The stitching is impeccable, I assure you."
I love that. And now we're cutting over to Dick. The man before you kind of shuffles about a little bit and says, "Oh, well, uh, yes, I suppose it's probably fine. I'm Lawrence, by the way. Uh, it's Lawrence, Lawrence Chesterfield. Oh, I'm headmaster here. Sorry, what, do you know what they looked like? Which little brat did that?" And as he's kind of fidgeting and fussing with himself, you're able to get a good look around the place, and you notice that for some reason, there is a crude chalk drawing of a Roman phalanx right above the sewing room. That is your clue.
That's cool. Okay. Well, I didn't get a good look at him, but maybe he had some red paint splashed on him.
You're. Are you. One of them didn't tell you to come talk about those rumors, did they?
I act like I'm. You caught. It's not about coats or anything like that, but I heard about these rumors and I was curious. You simply have to tell me everything.
Look, I barely knew Charlotte Bell. She did some work with the children here from time to time, teaching them how to mend and wash, all that sort of thing. But I never sat down and talked to the woman. I certainly don't believe the ridiculous rumors someone murdered her and drank her blood. Now, if you please, I have a school to run. And he turns around and takes his leave. Neve, this little girl taking a peek at your cloak, your coat. She introduces herself as Sally, and she says, "Oh, well, I am not really so You know, this is a really, really nice coat. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Um, except for maybe, hmm,
Well, it's seal fur.
oh, is that what it is? It's so smooth. I was
Isn't
wondering
it?
why. Well, any anyway, I'm not. I might have been able to fix it, but recently all of the needles have been going missing. We have sets of needles. You see, they come in little boxes and packets of 3, small, medium, and large. But they've all been going missing. Same with some other things. Think of it: buttons with 3 holes, stuff like that. That's your clue. Things in sets of 3 going missing. And I think that you also notice that as you were talking with Sally, you seem to have been pickpocketed by one of these little kids. The iron brooch is nowhere to be seen. You can remove that from your uh, personal quarters. Unless you want to mark a mask, of course. All right. And with that, let's go ahead and take another 10-minute break. We'll be back at the 07 of the hour, and we'll get into the dusk and night phase. welcome back. We're going to head right into our dusk phase. Excuse me. We have a few playbook moves that need to be resolved. Let's see. So first of all, we have Sure Shot's Quickening needs to be rolled for.
I see Aaron over there smiling impishly because I know what Faye has planned. Okay.
So let's have that roll with composure or sensitivity, please.
It will be with sensitivity. And can I roll with advantage by invoking my lovely new item, the Venetian mask, painted with crescent moons and stars? It's a gift I got from the man in the sun mask. I find that it reminds me of the Fae and gives me strength. It makes me want to focus on it in a positive way.
Hell yeah. I love that. Let's have it.
Heck yeah. Here we go. That is a 12.
Wow. All right. On a 12 plus, in addition to having actions with vitality at advantage, your heightened sense of hearing and smell will help you uncover an additional clue. So you'll get to describe another clue during the dawn phase.
Excellent.
All right. And Hornby, you have a move now as well. Let's look at day work. You spend most days caring for Hargrave House, tidying up, managing accounts, answering callers. Each dusk phase, choose one. What are you choosing?
Oh, I'm going to find something of use in the house.
Excellent. You get to say what it is and give it to another person.
I think Hornby has found a very lovely, elegant maid outfit. I would love to give that to Master
call.
Dashing.
Oh, that's so funny, though.
Yeah.
I love that. I would also love to know where you got it.
So I imagine Hornby isn't the only servant the Howgrave Hearth has seen. I think she has gone into the servants' quarters and found some, shall we say, these are not outfits that you would normally wear while cleaning. These were someone's predilection
I
to make the
see.
servants wear.
Oh god damn it.
Excellent. So you can add that to your personal quarters. Sure shot.
Yes. Yes. I will do that immediately. And me with a sudden lack of items in my personal quarters and now this. Well then. Options are suddenly very limited.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and pose our paint the scene question about Hargrave House. We're gonna do the ballroom. Hargrave House once hosted a ball for a group of visitors from the Fey realm. Even today, there are subtle reminders of that night in this room. What are they? I'll put that in our chat.
There are some very they're almost difficult to see in like the hardwood floors and underneath some of the rugs and stuff like that, but they're basically little tracks um of iron that kind of run along certain parts of the house to kind of prevent any of the guests of this ball from going into certain rooms that they were not wanted in.
When folks dance here, those who get caught up in the music are taken by a fey whimsy. People sometimes faint or go into a fugue state.
I think there is a patio door, and uh, there's always a like a chunk of not a chunk. What is it called? Uh, a piece of bread and a saucer of milk left.
All right. Now, uh, what would everyone like to be doing during this night phase? And I will remind you that while the day phase is for you, the night phase is for the keeper.
I love that distinction. Posted a proposal to Cthulhu for a scene thing. I'll say it out loud though for the audience and everyone else. So, Seth, I can use your help interpreting this as the keeper. So, what I want to do is have a scene where Richard calls Hornby over to his room because he's upset and confused about this.
This,
The new outfit.
I see.
Um, it would be even. My concern is that like that was like a just for fun scene, and I don't know how that fits into the flow of this game. If it doesn't
do-
fit, I have a couple other ideas.
You can do whatever. I mean,
Okay.
that could also be one of like you just trying to check off one of your dawn questions. Like,
It's also possible to turn that into a vulnerable move.
yeah,
Can we do that? I mean, it's not a salon or a casual tryst.
So
It
casual
can be.
tryst is loose. Calling me to
Okay.
your bedroom can be loosely interpreted as a casual tryst.
Okay, that's what I want to. That's what I want to do then.
All right. Hornby, do you agree with this?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Neve, what do you plan to be doing? Excellent. Oh, that's right. Forgot to ask. Are you activating Moonlight Upon the Waves?
I'm now picturing Neve in Selkie and seal form, the needle in her mouth, just working away at that coat.
Oh, you appear to be muted on for the stream.
Whoops. Okay, not anymore. Sorry about that, stream. I think I would like to clear a condition before I do Moonlight Upon the Waves.
All right. Then, in that case, let's continue on. Do we have any Janus Mask prompts that are unresolved? Wait, Call, what are you doing? Ha! I almost forgot, but I didn't.
Well, call me a new friend, and I think I'm gonna try to answer one of my Dong questions. So I'm gonna be hanging out with Agatha.
You're gonna answer a
Just
dong question?
a
Oh,
Dong,
yeah.
yes, yes, yes to both.
Excellent. All right. Do we have any Janus Mask prompts that are unresolved?
I don't think so.
No, I don't have
I
any.
don't believe so either. All right. In that case, we're going to go to the unseen. We are doing the Cult of the Pig. It's on row 41.
Ooh, okay. I gotta pull this up. Hold on.
A secretive cult dedicated to the pagan swine god Mok has gathered in a fashionable salon on this holy night to make offerings to their porcine deity. The first prompt is a paint the scene, so it'll be for everyone. Second prompt is for Aaron. The third prompt for Rachel, and the final prompt for Amy.
Oh, okay.
With that, here is the first prompt. Paint the scene, everyone. How has this otherwise sumptuously decorated salon been changed to make it a ritual space dedicated to an ancient pig god? An ancient pagan pig god, to be precise.
Everything has been covered by tarpaulins just to keep it from getting gross.
There's just a lot of pig parts around. So there's like this like a pig skull on an altarpiece, and it's surrounded by like trotters and like preserved pig ears and other accoutrements.
Writing upon that, the cult has gone out buying the nicest eggs and flowers they can find for to offer to their as part of the offerings for their deity. They are also eating like snacks that they are having as part of it to commune with their god.
Rachel, what was yours again? I wasn't on the tab, sorry.
It was just basically like pig skulls and pig bones being used as a decoration.
I think to tee off of Amy's thing, the snacks are in troughs that they've brought in to
Oh
the
my
salon.
god.
Love that. All right. To begin with, I think that we see the four of you in the parlor for a brief moment, some point before you've all decided to go and do whatever it is your nightly shenanigans are up to. You're all in the house. When the door has a very intense wrapping upon it, and it doesn't stop until someone goes to open it.
It's not Richard. He cannot currently leave his room.
Oh no. I mean, Neve like has her feet up by the fire. She's got her sewing kit out. She's like, I'm gonna fix my coat. So, like, she'll look up when she hears the knocking at the door to see if anyone else is gonna do it. Cough, cough, Hornby, cough, cough.
Yes, I think before Hornby meets Master Dashing, she still has duties to perform, so she'll answer the door.
When you open the door, you see a woman that you haven't met before, but other individuals inside the house have. She's pretty but faded with a faded beauty in her dark taffeta gown. It's Jenny Johnston, the owner of the Limehouse Opium Den. And she knocks on the door. When it's opened, you see that she looks exhausted, very harried. Hello. I've I have something important that I need to discuss with you all, and I may I please come in and have a seat and something to quench my thirst.
Who shall I say is calling?
Jenny Johnston of the Limehouse Opium Den. You've I came here to. You're helping investigate the exsanguinated bodies.
I see. If you could please wait in the guest room here.
She walks in, and violence and gore is on an ask first, so I would like to get the okay for that.
Go for it.
Sure, I'm okay.
I'm good.
As she enters the door, her eyes roll into the back of her head. She starts lifting up into the air, screaming, and a pair of small hands opens her up from the inside, spilling her guts onto the floor. And out comes the vampire. I would like you, Hornby, and Neve, since you are immediately in the scene, to both give me the night move with composure. What are either of you afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve?
I'm worried I'm gonna be vampire snack.
Same.
It is worse than that. You'll both become thralls, and you are both at disadvantage. Neve, because I am using the malevolence that Betty gave us, and Hornby, because this is very heebity jeebity.
Hornby,
Whoops.
no.
Well,
I will say, Rachel, that you do also still have a benevolence that is specifically for you for whatever reason that I didn't write down.
Could I use that after I roll?
To re-roll,
However you want to do it.
I think. I think that's that's interesting. Yes, but you have to take the re-roll.
Okay.
But you can, of course, mark a mask after the re-roll still.
Okay.
okie dokie. Let's get this disadvantage roll out of the way. Oh, what a glorious roll. It's a 10.
Nice.
Good one.
Oh.
Nice.
Wait, what was I rolling with? Composure?
Oh, yeah.
That's a 12 then.
Oh.
Hornby's like, I don't have time for this shit. I've got things to do.
All right, rolling mine. Oh, that's not bad. That is a 7.
Excellent. Sure shot. Call. There was a very loud screaming from the parlor, and then wet sounds. What are you doing?
Call continues getting ready for his date. He just says, "I'm glad you're having fun," and then goes back to what he's doing.
Richard opens the door and says, Hornby, will you be coming by my room soon?
Oh, that's so funny. Let's go back to the unseen. Aaron, let's have your prompt.
Very well. Mock demands a sacrifice of riches. What does the cult offer him? Describe the manner of the offering. So, I think they have procured an original print of Jan van Kessel, known for his still lifes of insects. And they have kind of in a rack tied someone to the painting. And as they shear the painting, they shear the person tied to it as an offering to their god. Oh, and I think because they eat fried pigs that way, it's over of the coals as well.
You just didn't want to say the word. I know you know it. Oh, I love making you squirm. It's so funny. All right. Let's see.
Shit, I'm not wearing makeup. You can see my cheeks getting red.
It's really funny. Hornby and Neve, you have just witnessed this, and the vampire, standing on its two little feet, looks to the two of you and says, "Thank you for inviting me in. I certainly do appreciate it. I don't quite enjoy it when people poke around in my affairs. I've only just got to London. Don't need anyone ruining my new move." Neve, how do you feel after witnessing this display?
Uh, very, very scared. Um, she's probably going to start backing out of the room and calling back up the stairs. Dick, call that there's. She's small and she has teeth.
I don't care what guests we have. I'm not decent right now.
Neither is this one. She just tore apart a woman.
Neve, I'm going to give you the condition terrified. And Hornby, you have control over the rest of this immediate scene as you got a 12 plus. And as the bonus for your 12 plus, I will say that you will be able to accomplish whatever it is that you set out to do in this scene. In addition, the vampire will find you intriguing, not in a most beloved way so much as a "I don't want to kill you quite yet" way. Like a "you are my favorite toy" kind of way.
Oh, that's nothing new for Hornby.
Yeah.
All right. So Hornby is like, normally I'd offer to take your coat, but I don't think I'm going to hang that. And she points past the vampire to the corpse.
Well, suppose you don't have to. It's fine where it is. She doesn't mind.
Of course, I'll take care of it later, as is my duties. How may I assist you this evening? Uh, I didn't catch your name.
Hmm. Which one do I want to go by this time?
Which one's your favorite?
An excellent question. Let's go with V.
V, then. How may I be of service, V?
You're not scared of me.
She kind of smiles and is like, no.
Interesting. I don't think I need anything from you yet. Maybe later.
I
You
see.
seem interesting. I don't want to get rid of all that potential quite just yet. Your friend, on the other hand, looks directly past you, Hornby, and to Neve. Call and Dick, what are the two of you doing? There has been screaming from also Neve now, and some voices of harshness, to be certain.
Dick is grabbing bed sheets right now. Damn it. Damn it all. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's wrap this around me like a cloak. And pause. Okay. They're tearing through the sheet. This is not good. Right. Okay. I'll come out now. And then I'm going to leave the room dressed in this ridiculous toga I've made for myself and start to move downstairs.
If Neve's been like basically yelling up that there's something happening that's dangerous, Call would have responded immediately. Um, so he would probably be heading down the stairs before Dick does. Um, he's probably got like his shirt on, but not like laced up, and he doesn't have his vest. So he's like in a state of half dress, basically.
I think you catch the very tail end of that conversation where V was not so subtly threatening Neve.
Mm. Oh, Hornby, you didn't announce that we had guests.
Ah, yes, Miss V is here.
Good evening. What
Good
brings you to
evening.
the humble Hargrave house?
There are so many of you. This is exciting. As I was telling your very intriguing friend back there, I don't like it when people look into my business. The business, of course, drinking people's blood until they die.
Thank you for being so explicit.
Yes, of course, I thought it might be necessary considering how neither of you seem to have figured it out. Never before has such an amateur group of vampire hunters thought that I was an actual child. Incredible.
You put a great deal of
Absolutely delicious.
you put a great deal of importance on yourself, assuming that we are vampire hunters as opposed to more generic monster hunters.
No, either way, monster hunter, vampire hunter, you all come after me at one point sooner or later.
Only when you're foolish enough to draw attention to yourself by making such a public mess.
Oh, I don't think most people will care that much about Jenny there, nor the fact that she sullied this place. It's not the greatest of reputations, either of the two of those establishments.
Well, that's where you're wrong. There are
Dick.
people who do care about Jenny and her
I arrive.
fate. Oh, okay.
Excellent. So
Right,
there
I-
guys
Paul says
wearing this ridiculous lunar mask and this toga. His slight figure diminished. I mean, he's as short as Hornby. In fact, looks shorter now because he's not wearing shoes. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. How are all of you doing? Are we all having a wonderful time? Hi, Gall. Hi, Neve. Hi, Hornby. We need to talk after this. This is the vampire, right? Hi. I'm glad you came here. You know, I've been looking forward to inflicting violence on something. I attack it.
Let's go to the unseen. Rachel, can we please have your prompt?
Yes. Wakak demands a sacrifice of status. What does the cult offer him? Describe the manner of the offering. So, Wakak demands his followers debase themselves. And so these sacrifices of status are clippings from newspapers and gossip rags where his followers have allowed themselves to be caught in compromising situations, stepping out of their marriage or with inappropriate romantic partners or business scandals. And so now that the rest of high society will look down on them for these indiscretions, that is how they gain favor with the cult.
Excellent. Sure shot. Let's have the night move with, I think this is going to be vitality since you're both
Yeah.
supernatural creatures.
Perfect.
What are you afraid will happen if you fail? And it is going to be at disadvantage since you are still with your bloodied lungs,
That's fair. I'm afraid that
which will just cancel out your advantage.
I'm afraid I'm going to lose my clothes in front of everybody.
It's
my
worse
only
than
concern.
that.
Okay.
The vampire will be into it.
God damn it. My advantage from getting my 12 cancels out the disadvantage. Let's roll
Correct.
it. Okay, that was a failure. Describe it and I got a 6. Describe it and I'll tell you whether I want to change it up.
Well, first, I think that I would like to know what is everyone's reaction to Sure Shot's clothes as the toga inevitably has to fall off during all of this extravagant movement, right? Like, there's no way that haphazard thing's staying on. It's got to be just the maid outfit underneath now, right?
That's secondly.
I think that Neve is just too terrified to have any significant reaction. Once her condition resolves, she would probably think back to it and I was totally right about naked humans being awkward.
Not Hornby's first rodeo seeing naked dick.
The
But I
biggest Metal
think she
Gear
will
Solid
take-
game. Got her.
But I think this will be the first time she's seen Dick naked in transformation mode. So she'll take time to appraise Master Dashing's nude form.
Uh, Gwen, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Oh, I mean, Call is probably more focused on the vampire in the room. He knows he'll get a chance to see Dick some other time. So
Excellent. Here's what happens. And this is going to be rough, to say the least.
Oh boy. Okay.
As you assail this weird little vampire in this tiny, scrubby little body, and your clothes fall off, you, for just the briefest of moments, it's almost as if time itself was standing still, and you saw the vampire run its eyes over your entire body in that split moment. And you feel something. Not necessarily about yourself, but you feel that maybe, just maybe, this vampire has fallen in love with you.
Oh dear. Okay. I want to put on a mask of the past.
I would also put on a mask of the past if a little freaky fucking old child body vampire fell in love with me. Fuck that.
Okay, so imagine that this scene is happening as is, and then we're going back to the masses. Rich is going to draw upon someplace very angry for him to push through this and upgrade it. Is that cool?
One more time.
Yeah, so normally what happens is you narrate it, I do the mask, and then what happens changes. But what I've done a couple times, and what I'm trying to do here is that is playing out as is, and it seems like I'm doing this futilely, but then I'm drawing upon something from the past to upgrade it. So it's going in that direction, and then it's like, oh, he's into it, that little shit. Okay, I'm going to beat him up so hard that it makes that consequence go the mid-level one.
I mean, that's kind of just what that is, anyways. Though,
Oh, okay. No, I'm used to
if you put on a mask of the past, it goes to the 7 and 9, and something else can happen. But like, what you've just described is pretty much what happens, because that just, yeah.
Sorry,
like,
I might be phrasing this.
In addition to, no, I completely get what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
What you have described is just kind of how that works in general, anyways, for the most part.
Oh.
Like, at least in this instance, I don't see why there would have to be like a special rule or anything made for what's happening. Cool. Is basically what I'm saying. Effectively, what happens here is that the vampire is not in love with you, but you are, since it's a 7 and 9, you're going to trade blows. Effectively.
Interesting.
That's how I'm ruling this.
Cool. That makes perfect sense to me. So here's the mask of the past that Richard puts on when he's starting to see that the fight is not going his direction with the elegant and powerful and fast maneuvers. He draws upon a time when he saw maneuvers that really stuck with him. I'm going back to my Mask the Past question of narrate a flashback to your young adulthood that shows the incident that made you start to resent, even despise your parents. All right. Richard is stepping into the large, comfortable room that his father uses for teaching boxing lessons to his son. Immediately, his good mood had seen his good friend who's become more than a friend, much more than a friend. Earlier that day, and they've been making plans. When he enters, first things he notices is that his mother's there as well, standing off in a corner, just watching coolly. And there's a muffled whimpering noise coming from one of the closets. His father, somewhat older than when we've last seen him, but well preserved, is adjusting the kid gloves he's wearing. He says, "Ah, Richard, I've got good news for you, son. I, I don't really, I don't really understand. Why is mother here? Oh, don't worry about that. It doesn't really matter at the moment. However, I have a very special lesson that I would like to teach you, my boy. Come over here. Yes, perfect, right there. Excellent." He then calls out, "All right, bring him in." A couple of servants walk through the door, guiding the gardener's son in the room. We're going to do a different lesson here today. Come over here, boy. Yes, stand over there. Richard, you can stand over on the side. Father, I'm not really sure why you brought the gardener's son in here. It seems to have nothing to do with what we're... Shut up, Richard. He looks at the gardener's son. All right, take a stance. Sir, I don't really think I can... I want you to hit me. The obvious hesitation in the gardener's son's eyes of doing this is plain. I see. Incentive, then. Okay. He points at one of his servants. Would you show the boy what's behind the closet? He goes over there and opens the door. A body slumps out, twitching, gagged. It's the gardener, beaten, his face pummeled, broken. Okay. Now hit me. The gardener's son, confused, angry, rushes at Richard's father, tries to strike him. Richard's father comes up underneath with a gut punch. You can feel the impact of the blow and hear the sound of, and Richard hears the sound of ribs cracking. He's falling down, but the two servants grab him. Okay, try again. He doesn't want to. They push him forward. He gets hit again. Richard, would you like to try on the punching bag here? Very useful. It can only do so much if you are going to work on inanimate. So practice. At some point, you have to take things in your own hands and man up. No, please, stop. Why are you doing this? Because, he says, Richard, you are an embarrassment to this family. Look at you, even now, you don't want to sit. You're trying not to look at him in the eyes. But you think we don't know what you've been doing. What are you giving or taking? I'm curious. The gardener's son speaks up. This is my fault. No, shut up. You can shut up now. I'm thinking about killing you. Stop talking. Richard! He was usually on top. Wonderful. Excellent. He hits the boy again, this time in the groin. I've got to say, not only have you failed me, being a coward and hiding something, you thought I wouldn't know. If you were a real man, you would have actually confronted me about this at some point instead of hiding it. You're pathetic, but we're going to fix that. He hits the boy again. This can stop whenever you feel like it, Richard. Just take one hit on him. One swing, that's all I want. Man up a little bit. Stop. Richard starts crying, breaking down. No. One of these servants goes over. The gardener's son is too injured to put up any resistance. I'm going to show you every move. It's time you learn a lesson. Back in the present day, Richard screams in anger and gut punches the vampire, his mood shifting into a boxing stance. And though he's taking some blows, he is pummeling him back in a full red-eyed rage.
Excellent. And for your let's see. What is everyone else doing as Richard is fucking laying track on this guy?
Crying in the corner.
I would like to do a ritual.
Oh,
I'm really sad that the first time I'm doing this is when I'm not on camera with my costume, but here we are. I have a. There we go. Rites of Salt and Smoke. Basically, I can do one of these rituals, and if I succeed, I can trap a specific person or creature, or banish a spirit or curse from a person, object, or place. I don't know if this counts as a spirit necessarily, but I don't know if I could banish the vampire from Hargrave House, but bar a place or portal to a specific person or creature. So yeah, I've got options. I think. Well, I don't know if you want me to go ahead and just do this now, or if you're just asking for what our intentions are.
no, go for it.
Okay. Call is going to take his cane that he brought downstairs with him, and he's going to step out into sort of the foyer and turn in a circle using the cane to kind of draw a circle in the carpet or in the rug, um, just as an impromptu thing. He's then going to take the silver ring with the blood red stone that he has, and he's going to hold it in his left hand. He's going to sort of gesture at the vampire with his cane, and then he's going to open his hand so that the ring is sitting, like his palm up, and the ring's sitting in it. But it's very obvious that the ring has been sort of like crushed into an almost unrecognizable little like mass of silver with a bit of red sticking out of it. Despite the fact that Call is not in and of himself like super strong. And he is going to. I don't imagine that he says anything. He just goes through the motions. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I have to do let's see. I have to roll with sensitivity, it looks like. Okay.
And I think no, I don't think that I'm going to have this be a disadvantage for any of your conditions.
Okay. That's gonna be a total of a 9. I would like, let's see, on a 7 to 9, the magic works imperfectly. Choose an effect and a complication. Do I want to mark a mask in order to bump that up to a 10 plus?
You may want to once I give you the complication, but until then.
Yeah, I think I choose the complication at first, but there I might choose one that you have to elucidate on.
Yes, correct. That's
okay.
What I meant. Apologies.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood how it worked. I think I am going to. That's weird. I could have sworn I marked that one already. I don't know why that's unnarrated or unmarked. Well, that's gonna be an awkward one. I'm going to mark the moss-covered gate. Tell the keeper to put the coven in play. The keeper should immediately frame a scene showing that the coven has arrived in London.
Holy shit. All right. Well,
I mean, I feel like that. Hold on. I actually feel like that is almost the same thing as me taking the complication of immediate unwanted attention.
oh no. The coven is a whole new threat.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying, like that seems
immediate unwanted attention would not be a whole thing that you have to solve so much as it would be a complication in the immediate moment.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Attention.
That's what I'm saying. It's not as
the
bad,
coven is not in the immediate moment. Yeah,
and I don't have to mark a mask, so I'll just take that as my complication.
All right.
And I would like to. Ooh, can I trap this? I think. Oh, I think I would like to trap it.
All right. Let's see. Absolutely.
Specifically, since I crushed the silver ring as part of the ritual, I would like it to basically be wrapped in silver bands that basically kind of like at the upper arm, kind of at the waist, and then a thigh and ankle, basically kind of completely binding her so that she can't move.
I think that is 100% what the rest of the hunters see. But you actually see the dark entities and what they're doing to manipulate reality, I would love to know what the dark entities that have been hounding Call his entire life actually look like.
So I actually have a little bit written about that, but I don't necessarily know that I want to. I'm not sure what the hell. So the dark entities that the Coven have kind of like groomed him to uh, receive are collectively called the Undulates, and they are sort of squirming, kind of writhing masses of um, organic material. It's not necessarily like strictly flesh. There's kind of like a sinuous element to it. But think of them as kind of like big slugs made of fibrous connective tissue and soft tissue of like a human body.
That's so gross. I love it. I think that the unwanted attention. Oh, this is juicy. I think that you realize V can also see these dark entities and potentially interact with them.
Okay.
That is the unwanted attention.
Hooray.
You can still mark a mask if you would like to change that. However, let's
That's
go to the
fine.
last unseen prompt.
Okay,
Okay.
this one's gonna be. Lost the tab. There it is. Mokh demands a sacrifice. What does the cult offer him? The cult brings forth a person. They're drugged but alive. They lay them on one of the tarps. Some standing around the body hold offerings. One holds a knife. Another holds a rib spread. The one with the knife kneels down and with an oinky plunges the dagger into the body and carves upwards from the groin to the neck, leaving a seeping red line. He withdraws. The one with the rib spreader drops down against the body, still twitching, slides it in, and with a vicious crack, opens it wide, revealing the internal organs. The others place their offerings within the body. The god is pleased.
Excellent. Dick,
Mm-hmm.
I think as the success portion of Call's ritual here, I am not going to have the vampire strike you back and give you another condition. How do you lay this guy out? You cannot kill the vampire.
Okay, that's fine. Once he's bound and his body jerks trying to hold still, I lean in and the full weight of my fist cracks him on the face, slamming into nostril. And he collapses. Richard, naked, exhausted, turns away and says, I think I'll go back to my room now.
Before he leaves, Call's going to give him a quick look up and down. He's going to say, I see the vampire's not the only monster in the room.
Richard blushes at that playful smile on his lips, creeping on, competing with the embarrassment that he's feeling at the moment. Thank you. Hornby, clean this up.
As Dick heads to the stairs, Call's going to like tap him on the ass with his cane.
Excellent. Hornby, Neve, what are you doing?
Would Neve still be terrified?
You still have the condition, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't act.
Okay. I think Neve just there's a lot of blood and gore in this room. And you know what? Neve indulges in her vice. She runs out of the house and finds a public bath that's open in the middle of the night.
Excellent. Hornby, what are you doing?
Hornby looks irritated with that whole interaction that just happened. But despite that, takes V, who's bound apparently, and makes them comfortable in one of the sitting rooms, possibly putting on him a shay of some sort. And then goes to attend to Master Dashing.
I think by the time that anyone checks back up on V, the silver manacles are empty and the vampire is nowhere to be found as we go into our dawn phase.
Oh, I wanted to have.
Also, I'm going to say Call is just going to basically take this opportunity to go meet with Agatha, because he's not going to let this all deter him from his date. So
excellent. Good for him. All right. Let's do our dawn phase. For it was not resolved, so we're not collecting rewards. Dawn questions. The hunters did answer questions, so everyone gets that first experience point. Hunters did not resolve a threat. Sure shot. You experienced an echo in the night. It was very cool. I saw it. Well, I guess I heard it, but whatever. I saw it in my brain. You certainly used violence to solve a problem, and you certainly stuck out in London society for all the wrong reasons with that bathhouse scene earlier. So that is 4 experience points for you. Hornby. The hunters answered a question, so you get that one.
Mm-hmm.
Did you experience an echo in the night?
I did. It was a bug painting I described.
Yeah, the bugs. Did you demonstrate obsequious behavior towards your employer in front of others?
Yeah, I cleaned up a vampire mess, despite not wanting to do that.
Yeah. And you certainly subtly expressed sexual desire by checking him the fuck out. So you get those 4. Call. The hunters answered a question, so you get that first one. Did you experience an echo in the night? I don't believe so.
Nope.
Did you counsel someone using your supernatural affinities as the basis for that advice?
Nope.
And you certainly did make love to a human in order to forget the darkness that had immediately just occurred in your own home. So you get those 2. And Neve, the hunters answered a question, so you get that one. Did you experience an echo in the night?
I don't think so.
I think you might have with the the status unseen, considering that we also did a paint the scene that involved status in the tenement earlier, if I'm
Sure.
remembering correctly. Yeah, clippings from magazines. You explicitly said that they had clippings from catalogs in the tenement house. That is certainly an echo in the night.
Awesome.
Did you delight in uncovering lost, forgotten, or ancient magic?
There was
I
no
don't think
delight.
you delighted in it.
There was no delight.
Did you assert your independence or stand up for yourself?
Uh,
I think you were kind of angling for that, and then the blood happened.
Yeah,
Like the screaming.
basically. Yeah.
Almost. So you get those two. That does mean you level though, so that's cool.
Hooray.
You may all mark new elective dawn questions or leave either or both the same. Sure shot, you're quickening endos, and you get to describe a clue.
Let me double check what it says about the nature of it. 12 plus.
Sure.
That's
You go
the-
ahead and keep thinking about that. Do we have any other Janus Mask prompts that are unresolved at this time? I don't
Not
think
for
so
me.
either.
I've been
Alright.
rolling too well.
You really have been.
Karma's gonna get me for saying that aloud. Probably
Alright.
noon tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I think I got it. I detect a smell on the vampire. I want to make it a smell which is not just going to be giving us the exact answer, though.
Yeah. So the question is, where is the vampire's nest? So it doesn't have to be a smell is not likely to give an exact answer anyways to this question.
Okay. I was gonna say it's like a sewage smell.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in Victorian era
I-
London that smells like sewage.
I know it smells. He smells
perfect.
specifically of smoke. How does that sound? Like
That sounds sick.
oh yeah.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and have our outro. My lovely players, please once again let us know who you are, who you played, and any socials and other things that you'd like to plug. Then please give us your stars and wishes.
Hi everyone. I'm Amy, she, her. I played Richard Dick Dashing, aka Sure Shot, tonight. You will soon see me starting March 5th running Wraith the Oblivion. And I have still on the name. The one I'm going with is Community Spirits. Shout out to Drea for the name suggestion on that one. Hope to see some of you there. Stars and wishes. Okay. First star, Rachel, the conversation at the public baths. So delightfully awkward. I loved every second of that back and forth. I even got to learn more about it. Ben, first the phrase the cockroach block. It's prime. I love it. And then second, just the commentary on Richard as he was leaving, and the ass tap. Oh my god, that's what really sold that for me as a star.
I've been waiting for a while to tap that ass. So.
Oh my god. Steph, it was a couple things. One, the portrayal of our Bucky boy. So sweet and he's trying so hard and adorable. Must protect.
I think you're the only person to have ever said that about this threat.
The other is it's obvious, right? The point where the vampire emerges from from Jenny's body. So good. Amazing. Did not see it coming. Oh, Aaron. It's the maid outfit, yes, of course. It's the subtle, what are you doing? Oh, I'm putting something in Richard's quarters. Beautiful. My wish. I wanted to do that vulnerable scene with Hornby. So what I want to say is Richard is so upset by all this. He's locked his room for the night. He's not coming out. He's going to summon Hornby in his room in the morning. I want that to be my first dawn phase, is that vulnerable move with Hornby.
Of course, Master Dashin.
It's gonna be a really awkward day phase for my character.
I think
All
it's
set? Okay, I wasn't sure if we were. I just didn't want to jump in if Amy was still talking. Hi, everybody. Ben Ravensdale. Been playing Call, disembodied voice. You can find me in a few places. I'll be honest, it's late. I'm tired. I'm not going to pitch at all. You'll hear it next time. I'm looking forward to the Wraith game, though. So keep an eye out for that. Stars. I loved Neves. I'm going to hold him underwater until the bubbles stop. Was a great comment. It's always nice to see the cinnamon bun decide to get murderous, because there's always a point at which the cinnamon bun is willing to kill people, and I like finding that point.
Usually happens if you eat a lot of them.
True. Although I've eaten my
Gotcha,
fair
Seth.
share of cinnamon buns, and I'm still okay. So, Hornby, I just love getting Hornby's goat by flirting with Dick. It's always fun. So anytime an opportunity comes up, I try to take advantage of it. I grab it with both hands, and I just don't let go. Sorry.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Let's see. Master Dashing, I liked the come down the stairs in a toga and just decide to throw down. Like, you did not have time for that shit. And I think it was an interesting, I think it was a good kind of point in Richard's sort of development to just be like, you know what, this is just going to happen. Yeah,
It's fun. It's fun getting
Steph,
to let out my monstrous side.
yeah, exactly. Steph, I don't have anything specific. Just generally, thanks for running the game, doing a great job. I look forward to next week. I have no wishes for tonight. Thank you all for being here. I'm done now.
Okay, that is me then. Hello, I am Aaron. Pronouns she, they, they. I'm at Great Cthulhu pretty much everywhere except Twitter. Fuck that place. If you want to see this face again, I'll be here tomorrow at the same time, same channel, playing Dune. Things are really about to go bad in that. Just real bad. Everything's bad. Yeah. And then I will be in aforementioned Wraith game on March 5th. I'll be producing as well as playing. I'm looking forward to that. And then obviously playing this next week as well. Stars and Wishes. Okay. For Neve, um, I think I really enjoyed the vulnerable move. That was it's when two socially awkward characters have moments together, it's always delightful to me. Um, so yeah, that was really fun. I also loved the touching on the traumatic past of the Selkie, how your coat got ruined, and the I believe it's been said in chat several times. The Selkie's a slow burn, and I like that we're starting to see the flames. Um, for Call, deciding you wanted to smooch Bug Lips, it's an anti-star because I hate it, but I'm the one who made it happen, so I guess I can only hate myself. uh, for staff, yeah, also bug related. The antennae probing in inappropriate areas, I hated. So that's a star for how much I hated it. You can tell I'm a masochist. Uh, for Richard, it was the lead up to coming downstairs was very funny to me because the continued panic in Richard's voice of like, where the fuck are my clothes? Why is there a maid outfit? It was all very Hornby knew it was going on, but it was all just wonderful. And then the appearance in a fucking toga of Sheets. Oh, just mwah, chef's kiss.
Hornby,
Loved
that
it.
bastard. Gonna have such talk with her tomorrow morning.
I bet. Let's see, wishes. I'm looking forward to the vulnerable scene. I don't need to wish for it because it's almost certainly gonna happen. Um, I I don't know if I have any wishes. I had a lot of fun. I wish that all right, actually I'm gonna jinx myself so hard. I wish I'd roll shittier so I can put on some masks because I really want I really want to put on some of my masks of the past. That's it for me.
I do want to see more of Maeve's backstory.
Yeah. Awesome. So, I have been Neve. I am Rachel. I am also Stolen Fires elsewhere on the internet. You can see me next, as Aaron said, tomorrow for Dune. We're running up to the finale. Uh, Shit's gonna get real. Gonna get real bad, real fast. Um, and then, yes, we also have Fringeworthy on Mondays. And in March, we are starting a game run by Amelia, Wraith 20th Anniversary Edition. I'm very looking forward to that. We're also going to be starting up a Tales from the Loop game around the same time. So follow me on Blue Sky. That's basically where I am nowadays. Stolen Fires, pretty much everywhere. Um, Stars and Wishes. I really enjoyed the scene that I had with Sure Shot. That was a lot of fun. I also kind of like how whiffing the role means that Dave just sort of fell apart terrified once the vampire showed up. Um, and then as always, I really enjoyed watching the interactions between all the other PCs. I suppose as wishes, I will probably ask for a vulnerable scene next week so I can clear terrified. Um, Not sure from whomst though. I might make it random. Or yeah, it might be Call because I don't think I've had one with Call yet. Um, yeah, and
He
I
would
think
be
I'm
more
gonna.
than happy to help you feel better about the whole situation.
Oh God. Okay. Uh, what have I asked
He
for? What
he
have I done?
he
Um,
he knows Neve is scared. He doesn't like people being scared.
um, yeah, other than that, I'm having a great time and I want to see where this goes.
Can I give a shout out to Drea for Count Ortlock as a pun? Oh, be fun.
Fucking nice. Well, I think that means it's me now. I'm Steph. I've been the keeper. Use she, her pronouns still. And that's probably never going to change, in fact. And yeah, that was real funny. You can find me as Steph Infection pretty much anywhere that a person can be found on the internet, except for Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or really any of the places you'd think to look. Because I'm not on any of them. So good luck. But if you can find me, that's what it'll be under. I am currently writing Site 42, which is an SCP and Control inspired car from Brindlewood game. There'll be more on that later, as far as like cool news with that. But yeah, as far as stars and wishes go, I've just had such a good time. I am so excited that everyone is so like hyped about the beetle threat. It's one of the, at least in my, what I've noticed is that not a lot of people run the beetle, both because it's well fucking disgusting and also it's in such a small confined area that it is a little bit hard to get the all the locations in, which is very ironic in and of itself, but it just takes a little bit of keeper finagling. As far as like specific stars go, I really loved all of Call's incredible fucking just one-liners this session. Ben, you were in top form with those tonight. It was so funny. I was rolling constantly. For Aaron, I absolutely love how like you portray someone seething under the surface incredibly well. And it is very impressive as someone who struggles at seething under the surface in real life. For Amy, I really enjoyed that you just fully went with it and said, fuck it, this is what we're doing now. That's also another general star is I appreciate how interested and into the subversion that I did with the night phase was. I did that obviously because we got the miss on the answer of questions, so I took over the night phase. I'm very glad that everyone enjoyed it as much as they did, and that everyone was able to play into it without feeling at least too railroaded, for lack of a better term. Because it's not exactly what happened, but it's close enough. And I really also, specifically for Amy, I liked your mask of the past was so incredibly viscerally uncomfortable for me that like in a great way. There were multiple times where I was like, am I going to have to X card? But then I didn't, and it was great. So I really love it when people are able to toe the line so finely between that level of comfort and discomfort that makes horror so intriguing. It's a very hard skill to have, and it's very impressive when people manage to do it.
I appreciate you saying that. It was a scene where I was worried how players would react, especially as I continued describing it. So feel some euphoria from you describing it that way. Thank you.
For sure. For Rachel, I absolutely love that pretty much any chance you get, you're able to put in just a little bit about like, yeah, I'm a SEAL, by the way, in case you forgot. And it's genuinely some of my favorite stuff. Like it also just is so heartbreaking in a very different way because it being the story of like the Selkies being a different set of creatures entirely from humans, but having the same, similar, if not the same struggles really highlights all of the downtrodden and the rough, like nitty and gritty details of the between. And I really love that you're leaning into that and dropping it wherever you can, because it does help highlight that sort of seedy side in by just giving it the contrast. And I love it so much. As far as wishes go, I'm very excited to put in the next threat. Pretty much everyone knows what it is at this point. It's fucking Figs Pigs. If you didn't figure it out, I'm so sorry for spoiling it for you, but I kind of said it in the promo.
I don't know I don't know anything about it. Apparently, this is a famous one.
Sort of. It's a lot of people's. Well, I don't know about a lot of people's. It's definitely one of my favorites. But I'm a dirty little freak that loves cannibalism and almost anything. So, all that being said, thank you all very, very much for joining. Thank you all for watching, and I hope to see everyone here next week.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Bye bye, folks.